us from the Public Defense Office who are present in the courtroom. And I don't know if there's anyone available on Zoom. Mr. Korn, Mr. Gaither, do you know if anybody else is appearing from your office? No one's
I don't believe so.
All right, so you are available in the courtroom. And how would you reach out to the folks who are?
We'll get phone numbers and handle the applications by electronic means.
All right.
Catrice not showing up today? Okay.
We have our prosecutor, Ms. Angela Waldrop, who is on Zoom. Ms. Waldrop, do you have slightly better lighting? It's rather dim.
Yeah, I think that's because of the window behind me, but I'll try to fix that.
Okay. All right. So I do have some private attorneys here in the courtroom also who are hoping to have a moment with you. How would you like them to reach out to you?
Yes, Your Honor, by phone is fine. Or if I need to come down to the courtroom, I certainly can do that. I am here in the building.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to start first with the Orca show cause calendar. I've got 3 or 4 cases on this calendar. These are individuals in cases have been reset for compliance or where they failed to show up in the past. I'm giving them an opportunity to appear again today in order to avoid a possible bench warrant. A bench warrant is a warrant for one's arrest if they fail to comply with a court order, such as failing to appear in court. All right, Deja Alt, position number 1.
Good morning, Judge. That's my case. The only thing Ms. Alt was supposed to do, it was reset for compliance. She was just supposed to get us confirmation that she completed her 20 hours community service. I do not see her, so let me ask that the court hold that for me to get in contact with her because she's always been present.
Yep. Why don't we find out? I may have told her she doesn't need to appear if she's completed it, but
We still need to get, we need to get the last time. The reason it was reset is because the facility where she did her community service, the person who signs off on the compliance was out. And so she needs to be able to get us that certification.
She'll reach out to you today. Okay.
I will.
Athon Barron, position number 2. All right, Mr. Barron is present. Mr. Barron, who's your attorney? Who is your attorney? Are you planning to represent yourself? Okay. You do have a right to public defense if you qualify. Have you ever applied for the services of the Public Defense Office? Well, it's a good thing you showed up today. All right, we have 3 attorneys up front over here. You're going to speak with either one of them to see if you qualify. You've got 8 misdemeanor charges against you, and the case is going to be set for trial very shortly. So I would recommend that you speak with one of them just to get an idea. One of them, have a seat and they'll reach out to you. Carciel Mixon. Carciel Mixon, are you on Zoom?
And Judge, somehow this case is showing that I represent Carciel and Mixon.
It does.
But I have, and I was looking that up, I don't have the file, and I don't even know how my name got on the calendar.
All right, let's see.
And Your Honor, just to back up that announcement, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
I believe that this case is assigned to me. I'm not sure why it has Mr. Gaither's name.
Okay.
listed, but this is a public defender case, and I believe it's assigned to me if Mr. Mixon is on Zoom or in court.
If you need to unplug my detector.
Well, he didn't show up in court on December 15th. The bench warrant was issued. And subsequently, it was voided on June 6th by the sheriff's office. So I'm hoping he's going to show up today unless you have any other information.
No, Your Honor, I've had no contact with Mr. Mixon.
All right. We've got a couple of phone numbers on Odyssey. If you'd like to approach the litigation manager, we'll give you the phone number so you can reach out to. We have a home number and an email. Understood, Judge.
We can plug it in and get extra.
All right.
Yeah, we can do outlets. Howard Sheriff.
I'm just going to put down Miss Helen. And I think we probably, I don't know how y'all do it in the PD's office. Is there an in-house assignment of cases, or do we have to update it on Odyssey that this is Miss Helen's case, not Mr. Gaither's case.
If only we were that organized.
I aspire that you.
I'm trying to, yeah, I think we're trying to figure out what the process is, especially when cases have been transferred to us from another division.
Why, Miss Helen, why don't you just file a substitution of counsel, and that way we'll update it to show that's the correct attorney, okay?
Understood, Judge.
Christopher Williams?
Yeah.
I heard a yes. Was it on Zoom? Christopher Williams? All right, Christopher Williams is not present. Is that Christopher Williams on Zoom? Okay. All right, so other than Mr. Barron, who is speaking to the Public Defender's Office, I have a no-show from the other three. Okay, my final plea calendar, I have first position, Zuri Abdul Sabur. I guess, are we going to reset that case?
Sure, there's a leave of absence file.
Okay, what's the next date?
Next date is August 3rd.
Okay. Shanlivia Barber?
Your Honor, that is my case. I entered in my substitution June 28th
Okay,
to Odyssey. Ms. Barber is here.
all right, is she ready for a final plea?
Judge, we're gonna ask for this to be reset. I've got the initial discovery, but I haven't received any of the body cam footage. We're just gonna ask for one more reset, Judge, just to a final plea calendar.
Ms. Waldrop, any movement on the footage, video footage?
Yes, Your Honor, it was actually on a physical DVD, so we have uploaded it into evidence.com for it to be shared, and I did do that first thing this morning when it was uploaded, so you should have that, Ms. Helen, in your inbox.
And is Ms. Barber here today?
Yes, Judge, right there.
All right. Why don't you have a peek at that video while we're here this morning and see where we go?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Davida Claiborne?
Good morning, this is my case. She's here.
Okay,
We are missing a number of items from discovery. We don't have a body cam. We don't have the, there was allegedly a breath test done, but I don't have the strip or any of the materials from that. I think that we're missing at least one report that involves the whatever field testing there was. We don't have that. And the film, so.
and let's see off.
What has to be reset for the next final committee?
Any of the evidence has been uploaded, Mr. Walker?
Your Honor, I believe this may be a situation, again, with a physical actual DVD, but I would also ask for a reset for us to get those remaining items.
Okay,
No objection.
this case is actually going to be reset for trial. All right. And so I'm going to issue a case management order. It's going to be further notice for a jury trial. And hopefully y'all will have the evidence by then.
Hopefully.
And
I'm not saying ready today.
yeah, Ms. Waldrop, can you put a pin on that it needs to be produced and it's
Yes.
going to be scheduled for a jury trial?
Absolutely, Judge.
I don't have the date right now. This case has already been arraigned. It's been with us for a significant period of time, so it needs to go on the trial calendar. Yeah. She waived a jury trial. Did y'all want a bench trial?
Was that
On November 5th, 2020, before Judge Dixon.
council?
I have no idea. That was before Judge Dixon, so I'm assuming there was a PD in the courtroom. It must have been done virtual.
I don't have any knowledge of whether that. I
Okay.
need to talk to Ms. Claiborne.
I'll set it
I
for,
would rather set it for another final plea. Just don't know anything about the case.
we can take a plea at the calendar too. Okay.
That was my preference.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Claiborne, your case is going to be reset for a jury trial. And we're going to issue a case management order. Your attorney is Mr. Korn. You should keep in constant contact with him so that you have an idea of what's going on. And the next time we see you, we'll be having a trial or a plea. All right? Thank you.
Just have a seat. I'm gonna get a case management.
Gary Cooper, position number 456.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Cloud. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right.
Here on behalf of Mr. Cooper, we're scheduled to take a leave this month.
Okay.
I just moved it there.
Excellent. Okay, and do you have the documents? The
I
plea-
did not, Your Honor, I was waiting to receive the documents.
All right. Ms. Waldrop, you probably have to come down to the courtroom to present Cloud with the plea paperwork, so she may go over that with her client, and we'll be taking a plea this morning.
And what position is that, Judge?
4, 5, and 6.
Is that Dewberry, Edwards, and Finch?
No, Gary Cooper.
We're missing that position, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't have that one on my calendar.
Dewberry is next.
Yes.
Okay, on my calendar, 4, 5, and 6 are Gary Cooper, represented by Ms. McLeod.
Your Honor, we don't have that version. Our 3 is Claiborne, 4 is Dewberry, 5 is Edwards, and 6 is Finch, Your Honor.
Well, I'm just gonna go with names then.
Understood,
Okay.
Judge.
Gary Cooper, whatever number he's on your calendars, he's got 3 cases, and you're taking a plea.
Okay, I don't have him on my calendar, so I'll look up the cases. I just don't have him at all on my version of the calendar. I apologize.
Do you have the proposed plea offer, Mr. McLeod?
Yes, I do.
Could you forward that to Angela Waldrop's email?
Yes,
All right. Do you have her email, ma'am?
Thank you.
Ms. McLeod, do you have Ms. Waldrop's email?
I do know.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cooper, you may have a seat. We just need to get the paperwork squared away. All right, next is James Dewberry.
Good morning, Judge. That's my case.
He's present. He's standing back there.
I'll announce pretrial. I'll receive some additional documents from the state. I haven't had a chance to speak to Mr. Dewberry about it.
All right, you will have a seat, Mr. Dewberry. Your attorney will discuss with you. Alicia Edwards. Alicia Edwards.
That's my case, Judge. Is Ms. Edwards present?
I think she's on Zoom.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay,
All right.
I'll announce pretrial in that case as well, Judge.
All right, Ms. Edwards, let's go ahead and rename the screen. Thank you, Mr. Glanville. This is also Ms. Edwards, your attorney is going to speak to the prosecutor and will be with you shortly. Do not leave the Zoom.
Thank you.
Shane Finch, Aaron.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ansley Sluss, here appearing for Aaron Gerstensang on behalf of Mr. Finch. We were wondering if we could have a pretrial with the solicitor this morning before making our announcement.
All right. Is Shane Finch present on the
Yes,
Zoom?
he is, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm here.
There he is. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Waldrop is also on Zoom. You can either share your phone number with her on the chat feature directly to her, and she will contact you to do a pretrial. Okay, thank you. Tiashana Jenkins or Tiasina Jenkins?
Yes, Your Honor, that's my case. I entered in a substitution of counsel for Mr. Raffoff.
Okay,
Because today that will be a plea if Ms. Jenkins is in court or on Zoom.
all right, so
And I have spoken to Ms. Jenkins. I hope that she's received the information to join the Zoom call. If not, Judge, I'd just like a moment to be able to contact Ms. Jenkins.
we do have a home number and a cell number and an email, so. if
I have a phone number. I'll
You
give
have
her.
everything? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Ralph Anthony Lytle.
Good morning, Judge. That would be my case. Mr. Lytle contacted me earlier this morning and said that his court date was changed to this 9 o'clock calendar. He has to appear at another court at 9 and will be here as soon as he resolves that business. So I'm asking the court to hold this case for him to report.
All right. Is he appearing via Zoom or?
My understanding, he's going to be appearing live.
Okay. Justin Marsh.
Good morning, Judge. Ryan Jackson on behalf of Mr. Marsh.
Oh, there you are. Okay, yes, sir.
Judge, will pretrial.
Okay, Miss Waldrop is in the building. That's the prosecutor, but she's on Zoom. So hopefully she'll be down to talk to everybody. All right.
Judge, I have another matter in Judge Ross' court. May I go there in the meantime?
Sure. Yeah, that'll be good.
Thank
So
you,
I'm
Judge.
going to hold for you. And this is a pre-trial. Please advise your client where you are.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Courtney McLean. Courtney McLean.
Your Honor, that case was null prossed on June 30th.
All right, is there a Courtney McLean in the courtroom or on Zoom? Okay, this matter has been closed. Christy Ortega Martinez.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Palmer. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Excuse me, Coach. So we're
All right, good morning.
today, but there's some, we need the pre-trial conversation with, Ms. Walker.
Okay. Ms. Waldrop, we've got quite a few people who want to speak with you in the courtroom, so just plan that accordingly, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Margaret Simmons. Mr. Gaither? No, Ms. Simmons. Oh.
Yeah,
Thompson?
yeah, this is the case I withdrew from, Judge. You granted the withdrawal.
Okay.
She's now being represented by counsel,
That's right.
private counsel.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. My client did comply with the court and did do that hour of anger management. I believe Ms. Waldrop has been talking to Ms. Giddings regarding that. And that the documentation was submitted showing that she did comply, and the case is supposed to be dismissed. I believe Ms. Waldrop talked to Ms. Giddings this morning. Because Ms. Giddings was supposed to be here, but she unfortunately had an accident.
She okay?
Is Ms. Giddings okay?
You said someone had an accident?
Yeah, Ms. Giddings did.
She okay?
No, when I talked.
You're talking about Miss Giddings from your office?
Ms. Giddings works for the state. Yes, she's.
Oh, Miss Giddings.
Yeah, she's a solicitor.
Okay. Miss Waldrop, first of all, do you know if Miss Giddings is okay?
Yes, Judge, I think she's going to be okay. She did forward me the certificate of completion for the anger management. So I will go ahead and tender a null pros on this case today.
Case is closed, counsel.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
You
Can I
too.
be excused?
Yes, you are. Thank you. I was thinking of Simia Giddings.
Yes, Judge, that's her. She came over to the solicitor's office.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, sorry. But she's all right, so that's
Yes,
good.
yes, she's going to be okay.
Okay, Francis Smith,
Judge, that'll be my case.
she's present.
I will
Back there?
represent Ms. Smith, so let me announce pre-trial in that matter.
All right, will do. She's present right there.
Okay,
Ricky Tate. Ricky Tate,
that's my case as well, Judge. Is Ricky Tate available?
Ricky Tate, are you on Zoom? Okay, I'm hearing crickets, not present.
Yeah, give me an opportunity to figure out what's going on, Mr.
All
Tate,
right.
Judge.
Lamitria Trammell. Lamitria Trammell, this looks like conflict, it's representing. Ms. Watson Cafe. Neither, let me see. She's got a leave of absence from July 8th. Today's 6th. All right, let's put a big question mark and then not present. Michael Turner, Mr. Childress, is that your client? And
Good morning, Judge.
good morning, you have a motion?
I do. It's sort of convoluted. Hi, Mr. Waldrop.
Hi.
We chatted yesterday. I think we have the case resolved. The concern is on the same day that Mr. Tucker, not Turner, was arrested, a Michael Turner was arrested, charged with a felony for driving a school bus under the influence, and the people at the jail decided Mr. Tucker was Mr. Turner. And you can stand up, Scott. That's my client, and this is Mr. Turner, and they're two different individuals.
All right, I don't think Ms. Waldrop can see that. So,
What I'm asking the state to do is correct it, basically withdraw, dismiss this accusation and reaccuse it correctly using my client's name so he doesn't carry around some other charge and all the problems associated with an alias. He's never used an alias.
yeah, Ms. Waldrop, I highly recommend that you speak with Mr. Childress and look at the documents he's got. And then
Yes, Your Honor.
decide. So Mr. Childress, I'm going to have Ms. Waldrop come down and speak with you, share those documents and see where we both move forward with this case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so be a few moments. Don Ray Williams. All right. And Mr. Gaither, that's your client,
As a matter of fact, Judge, yeah, that will be my case now.
and he's present back there.
So I'll announce pre-trial in that case, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Williams, please have a seat. Your attorney will speak to the prosecutor. Ms. McLeod, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have an announcement, Your Honor. My client tells me that he no longer wants to take the plea.
Oh, okay, that was Mr. Glenn Cooper, right?
Mr. Cooper, Your Honor.
Yeah. Gary Cooper, I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, Gary.
Okay.
He has 3 cases.
All right, and what would he like to do instead?
He would like to go to trial.
Go to trial, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we will issue a case management order, and all 3 matters are going to be further notice for, was it a bench trial or will this
He
have
wants
to
a
be a
jury
jury
trial.
trial? Yeah, this will have to be a jury trial. And so if you have a seat, we'll generate the case management orders as soon as we'll give you a copy, and then y'all are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Kenethia Williams?
That's position 18 and 19, and that's my client, Judge. I'll announce pretrial in that one,
All right,
in both cases.
all right. And Malcolm Williams, Mr. Court,
That's my case. Ms. Williams.
is standing back there.
Yes. Judge, I'd like to pre-trial this case.
All right. Okay, I've just got, is there anyone on Zoom whose name I did not call? If you are a defendant and you are appearing on Zoom, is there anyone whose name I did not call? I see a Raven Shepherd. I do not know who that is. I just see a ceiling fan. Raven Shepherd? If you want to unmute and identify yourself.
Hi, I was involved with the case of Marsh, last name Marsh, where he hit my car. And I got a police report and everything.
Okay, Justin Marsh. So I believe you're in pre-trial. Okay, so the alleged victim is there. All right, thank you. You may mute your screen.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay. So we'll be in recess while Ms. Waldrop pre-tries the cases. Ms. Waldrop, I know you have a phone call with Ms. Sluss, and then you have quite a few attorneys here
Yes.
who want to speak with you. Yes, sir.
You can call Monday,
And your name, sir?
Austin Gilmore.
What's the last name?
Gilmore.
Gilmore?
Yes, ma'am.
Spell it?
Gilmore.
Gilmore. And Mr. Gilmore,
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a case number, sir?
No, ma'am. I called up here. They told me to come to D33 today at 9 o'clock.
May I have your first name?
Austin.
Austin Gilmore.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Gilmore, if you have a moment, we'll look up your case. And I want to be sure that you're supposed to be in this calendar or whether you're supposed to be on a particular Zoom calendar. We call that the SAP calendar. That's another list of cases that are going on before another judge. All right, please have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else whose name? Yes, sir.
Christopher Wood.
Christopher Wood. And I do believe that was on my benchmark, my compliance.
Christopher Williams, is that correct?
Oh, Williams, I'm sorry. What's that on the show cards?
On the show.
All right, Mr. Williams is present. Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Christopher Williams, were you here when I made the announcement about your rights?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you do have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say about the facts or statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, you can speak to one of our public defense attorneys up front to see if you qualify. Otherwise, you can hire an attorney or choose to represent yourself. How would you like to proceed attorney-wise? Have you spoken to an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you have an attorney at the present time? Would you like an opportunity to see if you qualify for the public defense counsel? Okay. If you have a seat, one of our three attorneys up front will speak with you. Okay, anyone else? All right, we'll be recess. Ms. Waldrop, any ETA? Are you coming down to the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor, I only see just Attorney Ansley on Ansley Sluss on the Zoom. So if I could do a breakout with her, I think I can complete everything on Zoom and then I can come on down.
Okay, all right. Mr. Glanville, if you could place Ms. Attorney Ansley Sluss and ASG Waldrop in a breakout. For the rest of you, we will be in recess until your attorneys have had a chance to speak with the prosecutor, and then they will let me know how they want to proceed with your specific case. And this announcement goes to everyone in the courtroom as well. I've called everyone else, right? Okay. Mr. Barron, has he been qualified with regards to whoever spoke with him? He's not been qualified, or he's not qualified?
No, Judge, he hasn't spoken to me. We haven't started.
Okay, y'all can start interviews, so speak to the folks. Mr. Farr, private counsel in the courtroom, I'm going to get an opportunity to speak to Ms. Waldrop as soon as she comes down, so you're free to move about outside if you want. It's about 9:30. If you want to come back at 10 a.m., I'll let Ms. Waldrop know.
Judge, may I address our issue?
There were two people arrested on the same day.
No, I understand, but like I said, until Ms. Waldrop shows up in the courtroom, right now she's in a breakout with another attorney, and I'll definitely let you air out your motion once the prosecutor is present, but I can't do that without a prosecutor.
All right, thank you.
Are these for all three cases? Okay, it's got a back. Can I just scratch that one out? Okay.
Yes, get it to her.
We have two more, right?
Also, they can use the restroom.
No, I was asking about my order.
Yes, the orders, you have 3 orders coming, he's getting ready, when they're gonna give the signature.
Sign one.
Awesome.
And I'm gonna give you your acknowledgement.
Yes. I just got an email saying I'm supposed to be on the SAP calendar, so.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Who's doing SAP? Just Judge tomorrow? Judge tomorrow.
Oh, Judge tomorrow, okay. Gonna log in.
Okay, these are for all 3 cases, just
Okay.
the case number on the top.
Yes, ma'am.
40 and 09, okay?
Yes,
These come back to me, okay, so I can put it in the case.
Okay, I don't mind. They're gonna be filed, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, yes.
No, I'm not quite there yet.
I'm sorry, so that was like.
It's just Marine.
Okay.
So I am to sign.
Yes, I can copy.
I need to get my client to sign as well.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume with our Orca calendars for this morning and at 9 o'clock. And I'm just going to get a quick snapshot of what's going on our show cause calendar first. They shot off. This is Mr. Gaker here.
She is on.
I see her. Miss Alt, could you please go and put on a jacket or zip up the jacket you have on right now? Thank you. Mute your screen. Okay, and Ms. Lewis, any announcements for your kids? Oh, first,
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We are going to, if we could get set for a jury trial date.
all right, that was position Shane Robert Finch, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm going to generate a case management order and reset the case for a jury trial? Or did you all want a bench trial on the theft by taking charge?
It would be a jury trial, Your Honor.
Okay, jury trial. All right, anything else, Ms. Lutz?
No, Your Honor, thank you so much.
All right, you're free to go. Well, since I'm handling private attorneys, Mr. Childress, are we moving forward with your case or?
Yes, Judge, we're ready to rock and roll.
All right, why don't you come forward then? Mr. Barron is going to be represented by the PD's office.
Yes, Your Honor, that is my case.
And what do you want to do?
Judge, I'm going to enter my appearance and we're just going to ask to be set to the next final plea calendar.
Okay. He needs to appear in person, reset to final plea calendar. And that would be, I don't know.
August 3rd.
August 3rd. At 9 a.m.
Understood.
All right. Garcia and Nixon.
Did not appear, Judge, and have had no contact.
All right. Ms. Waldron.
Say we request a bench warrant.
All right. Bench warrant at $1,500, surety bond $500 on each count. Christopher Williams.
He's here, Judge.
Yep.
He applied for our service and does qualify, so he has to be placed on whatever calendar is appropriate.
Well, what do you think of final plea?
That would be fine.
All right. August 3rd at 9 a.m. for a final plea. I hope you have a plea offer now or by then.
Yes, sir.
All right,
And we'll file it if you need to file it.
Mr. Williams, you're free to go. Please be sure that you keep in communication with your attorney and you reset to come back in person August 3rd. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Childress, I'm so sorry, but I'm a multitasking person, so I tend to address like different spots in the courtroom. All right. Okay, let's see now. This is Mr. Michael Tucker.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And
Yes.
Mr. Tucker's name was inadvertently misspelled on all the documents, but the alias does indicate that he's known as Michael Tucker. And on Odyssey, at least, I see the booking information, everything as Michael Turner, but this is with your client, exactly as how he appears on the documents. But that being said, what are we doing in your particular case?
Your Honor, I had trouble filing the admitted accusation down, so I'll continue trying to do that. It would just be the accusation for the DUI. I'm going to tender a null post on the remaining counts.
Okay, DUI, let's say?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the only charge that remains?
Correct.
It's going to be a null cross on driving on the wrong side of the road and possession of open alcohol container.
That's correct.
All right, and then with the remaining charge, what are we going to do?
Your Honor, we submitted plea paperwork on that charge.
Okay. And on the plea document, have we amended it on Odyssey to Michael Tucker? Because otherwise I'm going to put down here AKA Michael Turner.
Your Honor, I tried to do that. I was having trouble with my Odyssey. I will continue trying.
That was our
And I think it's
major concern was.
Right.
Because he has. This other guy apparently is a thug, Mr. Tucker. Excuse me, Mr. Turner. Mr. Tucker's a nice guy. He's here. He's not perfect, but he's here. He's willing to.
He says that to all his clients, I'm sure.
But this other gentleman, felony bus driver drunk something, and a completely different guy. It's a different guy. What we tried to work out with Ms. Waldron, she very kind about that, accurate, is to amend the accusation so it properly reads Michael Scott Tucker.
No, what I'm saying is that the accusation will read as Michael Tucker. That's the document that we filed. But when we pull up his case number on Odyssey, the Fulton County court records, the name reflects as Michael Turner. And then in his demographic data web page, it says AKA or alias Michael Tucker. So that's how we handle inadvertent name changes, misnomers, and so forth. But it's not disputed that the individual standing next to you is the individual reflected on Odyssey.
My concern is whether that alias thing with Turner will affect his future employment opportunities. If someone does a background check.
That's why the disposition is going to reflect Michael Tucker, also known as Michael Turner, and I'm going to put down his date of birth on the actual disposition. It is, I think, June of 67. Okay.
It's right there. So is that anything like that would be helpful, because the other gentleman obviously has a different date.
Right, but the document that you showed me, that document is not reflected on the Odyssey documents. Everything, all the documents reflect this camera, not the other Michael Turner that you referenced. Okay. (1967). All right. This is a state, but this is case number 21 CR 004893. State versus individual Michael Turner, which is a misnomer, or the actual name Michael Tucker. Date of birth is June 23rd, 1967. I'm going to henceforth refer to you as Mr. Tucker. Mr. Tucker is accused of DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, from September 9th, 2021, in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Tucker, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Anything that you choose to say during the course of these proceedings, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Scott Chambers. We are here to on a negotiated plea with regards to one count of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe. May I place you under oath? You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Waldrop, what is the plea offer for this one count?
Yes, Your Honor, the negotiated sentence on the DUI is 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served of 1 day, balance probated, for the defendant to pay a $1,000 fine, complete 60 hours of community service, risk reduction, and alcohol and drug evaluation, and any treatment deemed necessary, as well as a victim impact panel. We did agree that it could go non-reporting upon completion.
All right. And Mr. Childers, are you asking for an affidavit of first conviction?
Yes. Yes, Judge. We are.
So he would have to surrender his driver's license today?
He's done it already.
He's done it already? Okay.
And he's also completed all the terms and conditions except for 20 hours. He needs to do 20 more hours of community service.
So he's completed 40 hours of community service.
Yes, yes.
The risk reduction, is that completed?
That's completed, yes.
Alcohol and drug and evaluation and any treatment?
Correct.
And attended one victim impact panel?
He did.
Right. So the only thing remains is the fine plus any surcharges and court costs, and 20 remaining hours of I will waive the first month of probation fees. This is July, so do you think you'll have it done by the end of this month? Today's the 6th.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll waive the probation fees for July, and if you get them done, then you pay off your fine and so forth. Then from July 1st onwards, your probation will be non-reporting, as long as you submit the completed paperwork. All right.
And here does he make an appointment with probation? this
Yes,
morning?
he will make an appointment at the probation office next week. Yes. All right. And Mrs. Childress, do you stipulate the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Judge.
Right. Mr. Tucker, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
I have not.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with the services of your counsel?
yes,
And is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take a plea offer today?
I have not.
And are you doing so freely, willingly, and knowingly?
I-
And knowingly means that your attorney and you have discussed your waiver of rights, and which include that you're waiving the right to a trial, to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the evidence brought against you, and have to stay, carry his burden to prove the original charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
I am.
And has your attorney explained to you that pleading guilty to a DUI could have an effect on any of the open cases that you may have, upon your residency if applicable, upon any professional licenses that you may have?
Yes,
And there is no right to file an appeal in this particular case.
yes,
How do you plead to one count of DUI, let's say?
guilty.
I accept your guilty plea. Your sentence is 12 months to serve 1 day, correct time to serve 1 day, balance prorated. I will waive the probation fees for the month of July 2023. And if you complete the remaining items of the conditions, then your probation will be non-returning. Presently, you are sentenced to $1,000 fine plus surcharges and court costs, which have yet to be paid. 60 hours community service, for which you've completed 40 hours. So you have 20 more hours to complete. The risk reduction program, which is completed, alcohol and drug evaluation and treatment, that's completed. Attending a victim impact panel, that's completed. And so the only thing remains is the fine and 20 more hours of community service. You will report to probation office. Today is Thursday. So you will report next Thursday, which is the 13th of July. And you will report at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta before 3 p.m. Once you go there, your probation officer will set up your case. So the sooner you get there, the sooner the better. If by 11 feet, you've completed the other 20 hours by the time you report, that would help the situation as well. Okay? Do you have any questions, sir? Mr. Silvers?
I do. Judge, it's 132 Mitchell Street. Do you know the suite number for? I mean,
Your probation will have to will have that information.
what do you got? Okay.
Yeah, there's no particular office, I think, so it's a building. Everybody seems to have. You will be granted the affidavit of first conviction. Mr. Childress, you're free to remain here, but Mr. Tucker, you have to remain until I sign off on the affidavit. And then you may take that, or your attorney will take that with the Department of Job Services. You'll be given a temporary limited permit. And once you've completed all your conditions, then you're eligible for reinstatement. All right. And with a limited permit, please be mindful that you're only allowed to drive to Moving for certain reasons, like for work, medical related, church, or seeing children. Okay, that completes this case. Thank you very much, Mr. Childress. And I will sign up on the plea paperwork.
Is Mr. Tucker allowed to pay his fine, walk around the corner? Should he have the ability to pay his fine today, or should he?
I can give you. I believe it's, yeah. But I'm going to let the litigation man direct you because I always send everyone to the wrong spot.
It'll just take a moment as she has to amend the accusation for which is being charged with the amount and for him to pay it today. So I have to put all that information in the pharmacy today for him to go upstairs to finance and pay.
So I did find out the amended accusation.
Okay, she'll send the email immediately. Okay, so just give us a moment on that and then I'll go ahead and complete this paperwork.
Think this building or next door?
This is,
I'm used to going next
I'll
door.
let you read over it. Because then I'll fill this out and give them this total. Okay?
Thank you. Would it be appropriate for me, Judge, to give some kudos to Ms. Smith here? Your litigation manager
Go for
has been wonderful, courteous, professional, sweet. I mean, your colors match and everything too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I'll have a good week. Thank you. We'll give you a copy of that probation document. I think there may be an extra copy in this packet. And then, Mr. Tucker, you have to remain, once you get a copy of your affidavit of first conviction, which you can use to, which I've already signed off on also. So just remain the documents and you're free to. Okay, thank you. All right, Shane Finch on Zoom. Shane Finch. And who was representing Mr. Finch? That was Attorney Plus. Oh, that was the one that was leaving. Okay. I'm going to take the plea for Christine Ortega Martinez. How are you, man? That's all. That's the stuff there, right? Okay.
No, she should have it. It was an insurance card, not the.
Mr. Palmer, just get comfortable. We're just going to take a few moments. I think I already covered the show.
No, I just had a message from him. He's taking the non.
Okay. And Ms. Helen, you did announce.
Yes, so I've got 3 documents on the final plea calendar, position 2, Ms. Carver. We're still asking for that reset. We did receive the videos, we watched them here in court. We're just asking for a one-time reset for the final plea calendar.
Okay, that's reset to August 3rd at 9 a.m. She will need to appear in person.
Understood, Judge. Is Ms. Barber free to go?
Yes, she is. Thank you.
Second position is position 7, Ms. Jenkins. And Your Honor, Ms. Jenkins didn't make a mistake. She didn't realize that she would have to appear today, but in person. But she is on Zoom, Judge.
Yeah, I see her, Shana Jenkins. And what would you like to do?
It's a plea, Judge, but she's on Zoom. I have a plea of abstention. I have all her plea paper filled out. Just let me know what would be the best.
If you have a previous submission, go ahead and submit that. And then Ms. Jenkins, do not leave until I've reviewed the documents, all right? Thank you. Okay. So she has to stay on Zoom until she's released, and I will take her on Zoom.
My last position, Judge, is Mr. Aaron, position 2 on the show cause calendar. He does qualify. I have already in my appearance. I checked, honestly, I didn't see the police report or the warrant, so I went ahead and entered my appearance so that I could get that information. If we could just reset the next final plea calendar.
Okay, yeah, I think I did that. Position 2, Mr. Barron's reset to August 3rd at 9 a.m. He'll need to appear in person.
Understood, Judge. Is Mr. Barron free to go?
Please free to go. Yeah, the only one I'm waiting on is Mr. Gator for this Mixer.
Oh, no, Judge, I think that was the person that's an FTA.
Oh, that's the FDA, sorry, okay.
Number 1 on the.
Okay. So, yeah, so I think that completes our show cause calendar. So I'm just gonna take this, Mr. Corn, did you have an announcement?
Just a real quick announcement, number 23 on the penalty calendar, Malcolm Williams.
Malcolm Williams.
We're gonna announce now, we'd like to count 3.
Okay. So on Malcolm Williams, we're going to generate a case management order, reset for a jury trial. Sorry, Mr. Palmer.
Sorry.
This is what happens when you're doing it. I think there are multitasking and multiple issues. Okay. I just want to make sure that Mr. Malcolm Williams' case has been arranged. Do you recall if it's?
If it hasn't, it probably has in the prior division. This is one of those transfers there.
Yeah, we've just had FTAs in that case, and it's never been tried, and so it was transferred without an arraignment. Do you waive the arraignment?
No, it's a way.
All right. Let's make a note that arraignment is waived. Did you file a document waiving arraignment?
It's recorded.
I think so, yeah, just to make it clear. Note over here, waive arraignment. We will file waiver. So now that I put that on the note, now you're permitted to file it, okay? Okay, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're Malcolm Williams? All right, your attorney is Larry Moore, and he's going to be receiving a case management order, and he has entered a non-guilty plea on your behalf. Your case will be scheduled for a jury trial, and that will be sent to you to your mailing address when you come back to court. Make sure that your address and your contact information are current with us at all times. All right, you're free to go. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, position 9 for Justin March, Judge. The state and I have worked out an negotiated agreement. We, however, need to produce documentation showing that some restitution was made on behalf one of the victims involved in the hit and run. So we will be requesting for the case to be reset to a final recalendar to resolve the date if the court so allows.
Okay. Reset August 3rd at 9 a.m. Your client will need to appear in person, and we will address it at that time. Hopefully, if you get the matter resolved before August 3rd, and the state decides to enter non-pass, I'm just saying if, then the case can be taken off the calendar, you won't have to come back.
Yes.
Okay, so it's up to you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That was Justin Marsh's position for the calendar. All right, Mr. Norman, let's take this before somebody else interrupts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, this is Miss Christie on table, and this is case number 19 CR 008177, State versus Christie, that's KRISTY, Ortega Martinez, Ivaneda. Miss Ortega Martinez is present in the courtroom with her attorney, Mr. Keith Farmer, and the prosecutor is Sandra Walker. Ms. Ortega Martinez was originally accused of DUI, let's say, endangering a minor by driving under the influence of alcohol from September 22nd, 2019. Ms. Ortega Martinez, you've been advised of your right to remain silent and your right to counsel, the represented by Mr. Palmer. This is a negotiated plea. Yes.
That's correct.
May I please you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth, the best of your knowledge? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Walter, what is the plea offer for Ms. Ortega Martinez?
Yes, Your Honor. On the count of DUI less safe, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 90 days. Credit for time that the defendant spent in Cherokee County Jail just after this particular incident. So those 90 days have been served.
Okay.
Ballots probated for the defendant to complete, to pay a $1,000 fine, complete 240 hours of community service, risk reduction, alcohol and drug evaluation, and any treatment deemed necessary, a victim impact panel, and have random screens. And on the second count of DUI endangering a minor, the state's recommendation is 12 months, balance probated, for the defendant to pay a $1,000 fine, and that is to run consecutive to count 1 for a total of 24 months.
Any provision for non-reporting?
Your Honor, No objection to my reporting after successful completion of the conditions. And I did forget to ask council to stipulate on actual basis venue and identification for purposes of the
Purposes, you do submit,
So technically, she will be on 24 months of probation, and it will be non-reporting once she completes all of the conditions.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I actually don't think it can be non-reporting because we're asking for random screens, so she would have to report for those.
Well, non-reporting, the random screens still kick on non-reporting. So non-reporting does not exclude a random screen. She could be called and given anywhere from 48 to 72 hours to come in to do a screen. So with that, Mr. Farmer, Ms. Ortega, Martinez.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and council's already stipulated. Ms. Ortega Martinez, before I do that, Mr. Farmer, was there anything else you'd like to add? In addition to the stipulations?
Yeah, we, her first, this would be her second DUI. First was 2015, so more than 5 years ago, who asked for the affidavit of first offense, so she could potentially get a permit. She, yes, of course, is a license for this particular prison.
Ms. Waldrop,
Yes,
do you have any thoughts on this?
Your Honor, I was not under the impression that she was eligible for an affidavit of first conviction if this was a, I heard second and five.
No.
This is
First was 2015, so it's.
So it's a second and 10. So I don't believe she's eligible, to come to the court on that.
Mr. Palmer, with all due respect, I don't grant an affidavit of first conviction on a second DUI, no matter how old or how young it is. All right, so, Ms. Ortega Martinez, your license will be suspended. You're not allowed to drive for at least 1 year. And then after that, you know, reapply for reinstatement.
You can drive for.
Not allowed to drive. I'm not granting a limited permit. You would have to have the assistance of someone to drive you, whether it's Uber or friend or relative. On a second DUI, I don't care how long ago your prior DUI was, I don't grant an affidavit of first conviction. So if you want to talk to your attorney, we can still go to trial on this, or we can move forward with the offer.
You give us a.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, while we are waiting for this case to resume, Mr. Korn or Ms. Helen, do you all have any additional announcements?
I'm ready on these changes whenever the board's ready.
All right, and did you give me the plea in absentia?
I emailed it to Ms. Smith.
Oh.
Is it a fin extension? Or is it?
I don't know what you want to give.
I'll take both.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Jenkins, the document that's submitted is not been notarized. The plea in absentia has to be notarized and signed off by, not by counsel, but by Ms. Jenkins.
Oh, I apologize.
No, that's okay, because when it says I, Shawna Jenkins, so let's just do a regular plea. She is present on Zoom. And Ms. Helen, if you'd like to take the podium. Mr. Palmer, Ms. Ortega, y'all would just step aside. I'm just going to take this plea. Ms. Jenkins, please unmute your screen and remove your hat. Ms. Jenkins, can you hear me? All right, you can remove your hat.
Okay.
She wants to inform herself a little bit, so. And while we're waiting for Ms. Jenkins to return to the screen, Is there any amendment to, are we going to null cross count too?
It merges, Judge.
It merges, okay. And Miss Helen, is the signature by Miss Jenkins with express permission?
That's correct, Judge.
Oh, there she's back. Okay, unmute again, please, Miss Jenkins.
Yes, ma'am.
Jenkins, do you see your attorney, Miss Helen, on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. This is State versus Tashana Jenkins, 22 CR 0061158. Ms. Jenkins is appearing for this proceeding via Zoom, and her attorney, Ms. Patrice Helen, is present in the courtroom. Ms. Jenkins was originally accused of DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol less state, and failure to maintain lane from an October 24, 2021 incident in Fulton County, Georgia. Ms. Jenkins, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Ms. Helen. Is this going to be a negotiated plea, Ms. Helen?
That's correct, Judge.
Ms. Jenkins, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Waldrop, what is the plea recommendation for Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, Judge, on the count of DUI per se, the negotiated sentence is for 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served, 1 day, balance probated, for the defendant to pay a $400 fine, complete 40 hours of community service, risk reduction, and alcohol and drug evaluation, and any treatment deemed necessary, as well as a victim impact panel. The failure to maintain lane will merge. Counsel, do you stipulate to a factual basis, venue, and identification for purposes of the plea?
We do so stipulate, and we ask this court to accept the plea as negotiated. Judge, I just asked for a first-time DUI affidavit of conviction. I believe this is her first DUI arrest.
That is correct.
All right, and will she be able to surrender her license today?
I could call her and ask her to see if she could come to the courthouse.
Where is she today?
I believe she's at home.
All right. I can give her the affidavit of first conviction once she comes down and surrenders it, and then the clerk's office will have the affidavit completed for my signature at that time.
Understood, Judge. Ms. Jenkins, do you understand that? You'll have to come down to the courthouse, 160 Pryor Street, hand over your license so that you can get that affidavit to get a limited driving fee.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Jenkins, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been speaking with your attorney. Are you satisfied with the services?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone forced you or induced you to take the plea offer today?
No, ma'am.
And has it been explained to you through counsel that if you decide to plead guilty to this charge, that you would have to give up your right to a trial, to confront your accuser, have the chance to examine witnesses and present any mitigating evidence if you choose to do so, as well as have the opportunity to have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are prepared to freely, willingly, and knowingly give up your right to a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And has it been explained to you that pleading guilty to a DUI will impact your driver's history? It will impact any licenses you may have for a job. It will impact your residency if applicable, as well as any other open cases you may have?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you still willing to go forward with this plea?
Could I talk to her, to Miss Helen?
All right, Ms. Allen, do you have a phone number?
Yes, Judge, I'll give her a call.
All right. Mr. Palmer, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
This is the art of multitasking. All right. We are going to resume with 19 CR 008177, State versus Christy Ortega Martinez. The last part that we left off was the issue of Miss Ortega Martinez request for an affidavit of first conviction, which the court has denied. Are we still going to proceed with the plea, Mr. Farmer?
Yes, Mr.
All right. And so, Ms. Ortega Martinez, you've already been sworn. Have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
I'm just cough drops.
But are you still able to understand the proceedings so far?
Yes,
All right. And are you satisfied with the services of your attorney?
yes, ma'am, very well.
Has anyone made any representation to you to force you or induce you to take this plea offer today?
Ma'am,
And has it been explained to you that in entering a plea to close the case out, that you will be giving up your right to a trial, that you won't have the opportunity to have the assistance of your attorney to confront your accuser, examine the witnesses and the evidence that may be brought against you, give up your right to be in a courtroom to challenge the evidence brought against you, and have the state try to carry its burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
yes,
Are you prepared to give up these rights? Pleading guilty to a DUI could have an impact upon any professional licenses you carry, upon your residency if it's applicable. It may also have a negative impact on any open cases you may have. Are you still prepared to go forward with this plea? How do you plead to one count of DUI less safe? Repeat.
guilty.
Right. This will be your second DUI conviction, lifetime voice. So your request for an affidavit of first conviction is denied. Your sentence will be, go back to, here it is. Your sentence is going to be 12 months to serve 90 days, credit for time served 90 days. That means your any jail time is satisfied, you will be placed on probation. You will report to the Fulton County Probation Office next Thursday before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. When you report to probation, they will place you on probation and, excuse me, you're also pleading guilty to endangering a minor child by driving under the influence of alcohol. How do you plead that count?
Guilty.
Okay, so let me, so for the DUI less safe is 12 months to serve 90 days, credit for time served 90 days. So you will have 9 more months, yeah, to serve on probation with respect to the DUI charge. It will be on probation where you pay $1,000 fine, you complete 240 hours of community service, you complete a risk reduction program, submit yourself to an alcohol and drug evaluation, and submit yourself to any treatment that's recommended by the evaluator. You will also have to attend and complete one victim impact panel and be subject to random screens for alcohol or illegal drugs. And that would be for the DUI charge. For the endangering a child by driving under the influence of alcohol, that will be 12 months to be served on probation consecutive. That additional 12 months will kick in after the 9 months are completed for the DUI. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for that particular charge is it that an additional $1,000 fine?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so that will be an additional $1,000 fine. And as I said, that will be consecutive.
Is there any way you can reduce the fine fees?
I can amend that to 100 hours of community service.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so for the endangering a minor child, I will amend that fine to 100 hours of community service. But it will not eliminate the additional 12 months of probation. Okay?
Thank you.
So in total, you have 340 hours of voluntary community service that you would have to complete.
How much?
340 hours.
Oh my goodness.
Well, the original DUI is 240 hours.
Huh?
The original DUI charge is 240 hours. And since I've amended the additional fine to an additional 100 hours for community service, that tacks on.
Oh.
Well, I was did you misunderstand that?
Yes.
So do you want me to revert it back to $1,000 fine?
No, I'll do whatever. I just don't have a lot of money.
Okay.
I'll
You're pleading guilty to 2 counts.
Yes, ma'am.
DUI and endangering a child. The DUI carries 240 hours community service plus the $1,000 fine because it's your second DUI conviction. Do you understand? Ma'am, it just gets worse on multiple DUI convictions. And on the endangering a child, you were originally agreeing to pay $1,000 fine. But now, based on what you're asking me, I'll agree to reduce it to 100 hours community service because I agree, it's a lot of money. And I'd rather you serve the community rather than, damage your wallet. So are you still willing to move forward with this plea?
I'll work, I'm not lazy.
And you have 1 year and 9 months to complete the community service, right? But keep in mind that if you complete all these conditions, the $1,000 fine, the 340 hours community service, the risk reduction, the alcohol and drug evaluation, and attend the victim panel, then if you complete all these conditions, your probation will be non-reporting.
Thank you.
And the benefit of that is that if you're non-reporting, then you don't have to show up and pay probation fees. Because now, while you're completing these conditions, you have to pay probation fees for every month that you're okay. Now, keep in mind, whether you're an active reporting or non-reporting probation, you will be still subject to random screens. So your probation officer can contact you to say, I need you to come in for a screen. All right?
Do you have anything available in Alpharetta area?
Her modes of transportation and finance is it's challenging for her to get to and from the probation office here. She lives in Alpharetta, so she's requesting for a location closer.
I live in that area too, and I don't consider that a burden. All right? You will have to show up to probation every month until these conditions are completed, then it's non-reporting. Anything else, Mr. Fong?
No, I think that's all.
All right. And it's 1 day out of the month. It's not, you're not reporting every day. It's just 1 day. You just have to make that extra effort to come down. All right. 132 Mitchell Street is just across the street. We have Marta from North Springs. I understand you can take down. So it's not too bad a drive. I've been doing it for 35 years. So. All right. What is that?
That is, she says she's been driving, and so she doesn't have her license with her, or she doesn't.
Do I need to redo that?
Yes, I need to submit it. I'm gonna give you a lot.
All right, Mr. Palmer, Mr. Taylor Martinez, if you want to have a wait, you can make sure the documents get to you. I just want to make sure she gets the probation document so that she knows where she needs to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and you need to amend the disposition to. I don't need to sign off on this, right? So,
You have to fill this out again the same way or something?
Just fill it out the same way.
Yeah,
so I can
sorry,
send it to you. Yes.
And then CC.
It's the exact same.
This one is amended to 100 hours community service.
Acquisition.
Where put the things stickers, we just need to count to 100 hours community service. All right, going back to Shauna Jenkins, and sorry, Ms. Shauna, do you have any other questions?
No, yeah,
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the paperwork and it'll be good. Okay. So Ms. Jenkins, please unmute. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, as I was saying, Ms. Jenkins, you do understand that pleading guilty to a DUI could have an impact on any other open cases you may have, your professional licenses, your residency, if applicable. And also you don't have a right to appeal this final decision in this case. Are you still willing to move forward with this plea? I need a yes or no. Ms. Jenkins?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of driving under the influence of alcohol per se?
Guilty.
And so the failure to maintain lane charge will merge. Your sentence is going to be 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day. The remainder of the time will be on probation. You will report to the probation office next Thursday before 3 p.m. Please make a note of that on your calendar. That would be July 13th before 3 p.m. And that will be in-person reporting at the probation office at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. Your probation officer will set up your case and you will report every month. While you're in probation, you will pay a $400 fine, plus court costs and any surcharges. Complete 40 hours of voluntary community service, complete a risk reduction program, attend one victim impact panel, and seek out an alcohol and drug evaluation and submit yourself to any treatment that's required by your evaluator. Yep, that was the sentence. Any questions, myself?
No, Judge.
All right, that completes this case. Ms. Jenkins, did you have any questions about your probation? You're shaking your head, so I'm assuming that's a no.
I do not.
All right, you're free to go then. Thank you. Remember to report to probation next.
I'll give her a call, Judge, and I did text her that information already.
Okay, can you send it to her, the probation form?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right. Okay, that completes Ms. Jenkins' case. And Mr. Tucker, you're still waiting for your documents? Okay. I'm sorry. That gentleman was sitting there, Mr. Was it Mr. She took the file down for that.
Mr. Tucker, we're trying to file it down so that we can go ahead and complete his fine so he can go ahead.
Okay. Older gentleman that was back there, does he have his case number or anything?
I need to go ahead and check his number time so that he can.
So
Hello, Judge. You're muted, by the way.
I'm sorry, I'm addressing an SAP case, but that's okay. I have a Cheshire Bridge address in Atlanta. Is that still a good address?
Yes, ma'am, 2170.
Okay, and all the other information is correct? Your cell number ends in 1943?
Well, I was at the property. I got to get it out today.
Okay, but is that the correct cell number?
That's correct.
And you have the Gmail that ends in 205?
Yes,
Okay, just want to be sure all that information is correct.
yes.
Because that's the address where we will send your next court date.
Okay,
Are you still allowed to live at that address?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Other thing I want to do is before you leave the courtroom, I want to give you a copy of the order. All right, so you have the case number and all the requirements and so forth.
Okay.
Since I'm going to send you. It's your own. Thank you. Right, if you'd like to have a seat with Miss Helen, we're going to give you a copy of that bond order, and Miss Helen's going to go over that bond order with you and to make sure that you understand what are your restrictions. The next court date will be sent to your home address that you just confirmed with me. And if you move anytime between now and your next court date, make sure that we are the first folks that find out. And it's in this building, but on the first floor, and that's the clerk's office, and you will fill out a change bracket.
Okay.
Right? Because if you don't show up to court, it could be me, it could be another judge, they may issue a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear. So I definitely do want you to show up and resolve this as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Best of luck, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
And then it's printing out right now for the bond.
Goes down to, sorry, Miss Helen, this little slip of paper will. Oh, and this too, please. One, take this too. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Gaither, if you have any announcement? Mr. Palmer, you're still waiting on documents?
Didn't work for,
Oh, I'm sorry. No, half a second. And which,
It's position number 1 on the show cause calendar.
yeah, Mr.
Miss Jean Paul.
Oh, I think she appeared.
Yes, she did. I told her to log on. So what happened is the facility evidently mailed the certificate of completion of the 20 hours to my office. I haven't received it yet, and it probably takes a minute. So if we could just reset that case on the next available calendar, I should have enough time that we either receive that in the mail or contact these folks and say, look, just email it to me so I can get it to the prosecutor.
Wait, where'd she go? She was on Zoom. Mr. Glanville, did she drop out?
Yes, Judge, I believe so.
Or could you? Now, is she able to come down here? You said she was where now?
I'm not exactly sure where she was, but she was under the impression that they mailed it, that I would be able to provide it, so she didn't have to come. But then when I called her and said we didn't receive it, that meant she started freaking out. I gave her a Zoom link.
So you did get in touch with her?
Yeah, I got in touch with her. That's how she was able to log on via Zoom.
Tell her she needs to come back on Zoom.
Okay. Will do. And then,
Oh, it's, let me see, it's noon now, she can come back now, she can come back at 1:30.
okay. And then I have an announcement on, well, you know what, I can hold this. I have several announcements I'll make at one time.
You ready with the another announcement?
Not like, I need to just speak with everybody. It won't take long.
For the rest of the folks who are waiting in the courtroom, is your attorney, Mr. Gaither? Yes, okay. Just Miss Helen, I just need to clarify one thing. What I told, Mr. Gilmore. The bond order document that I
Yes.
issued, he's required to stay away from 1847 standard. And Nova Gilmore does not live at Cheshire Bridge.
No, ma'am.
No? Okay.
No.
Just make sure you have no contact with her, because I just want to make sure the address is correct,
Yes, ma'am.
because I don't want to see you again at jail,
Mm-mm.
ever. All right, sorry, I just want to make sure about that.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank
We're
you.
actually going over that in the hallway. You said that there wasn't a reset date yet, but he should be on the lookout for it.
Yeah, as long as his address is current, I don't have a reset date. It was scheduled for today SAP, but as your attorney will explain, Ms. Allen, we only do that for certain kind of cases,
Understood.
not for individuals who bonded out.
Okay.
Thank
And,
you.
and Judge, is Mr. Gilmore excused?
Oh, yeah, now he is, sorry. Sorry, I figured, I just wanted to clarify that because I saw the addresses and it got me thinking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And he's required to do FDIP also.
I saw that too. Thank you, Judge.
Yes. It's Watson Cafe whenever you're ready. This was on the show cost of financial.
Just now, paying attention.
What is this one? Yeah, Demetria Trammell. What is your client will do with regard to this case?
We want to have this moved to a trial calendar, Your Honor.
Okay. This is going, then in that case, I'm going to issue a case management order. Have you received any plea offers from the state?
I don't believe so. I am not the first attorney on the case, though, so they may have conveyed it to prior counsel.
Let's see what Ms. Waldrop has to offer today.
Yes, Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served of 1 day. Balance probated, to pay a $500 fine, 60 hours of community service, and alcoholic drug evaluation if necessary.
What? Y'all can either consider this offer, if you want to pre-try with Ms. Waldrop.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll issue a case management order today and reset the case for a bench trial or jury trial.
A jury, Your Honor.
Jury trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm gonna pre-try convey the offer to Ms. Trammell, and then we'll finalize it. But I believe that we're still gonna move forward with the trial. All right, thank you.
I'll just take and we'll go say.
our cases will be.
Okay, so
Just will be set on this third.
That's fine. That's good. Thank you.
I'm trying.
Mr. Alt, please go and wear a jacket. That's inappropriate wear for court.
I will be down.
Ms. Alt, have you put on a jacket yet? Unmute your screen. And go put on a blanket. I don't care what you do. Go cover your shoulders.
I got me put in 1:30.
Can I just be from this part up?
All right, Mr. Gaither, your client's on the screen. Deja Alt, who has failed to appear in court.
Sure, this is the case, Judge. She's on the show cause calendar. The only reason why she was on this calendar was to provide compliance of the 20 hours community service. Evidently, the facility mailed by snail mail to meet the compliance, and I have not received it as of yesterday, and I haven't checked the mail today because I come back to my office today.
What is the facility?
Miss Alt, what's the name of the facility?
Chapel Christian Research Academy. Hold on one second. Let me just make sure I can tell you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay, yes. So it is called, it's called the Chapel of Christian Love Community Resource Center.
Where is it located?
It's located on off of Cascade 867 Cascade
Address.
867 Cascade Road, Atlanta, Georgia 30311.
And do you have a contact name and phone number you can provide as well? Like the gentleman who you call?
Yes, Roosevelt.
What is Roosevelt's last name?
I don't remember I think that's his last name. I just call him Mr. Roosevelt. I don't know his name. But the number is 404.
All right. It is 12:30 right now. I want you, Ms. Alt, to go back to the Chapel Christian Blood facility and either get a letter showing how much you have completed or how much is yet to be completed. And then you will come down to the courthouse today at 160 Prior Street in courtroom 333. We have court at 1:30. So please be sure to be here by 2 p.m. with whatever documentation you have.
Okay, thank you.
And make sure you're appropriately dressed.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gaither, she's going to be here by 2 p.m.
Okay.
All right, you're free to go right now. And any update on Alicia Edwards?
Yes, Judge. Matter of fact, I can give a couple announcements now. Let position number 4, the case before it, Mr. James Dewberry.
James Dewberry?
That will be a plea today, Judge, as a first offender.
Okay.
Alicia Edwards, position 5. We're just going to announce a jury trial. So we just continue that to the jury trial calendar.
All right. So with Ms. Edwards, make sure the case has been arraigned. All right, Mr. Gaither, you'll be filing waiver of arraignment?
Yes, I follow waiver arraignment.
So for Alicia Edwards, charged with disorderly conduct, Mr. Gaither is your attorney who will be filing a waiver of arraignment. case management order to issue, and the case is set for a jury trial. Ms. Edwards, the next time you receive a court summons, you will have to appear in court in person. No further Zoom proceedings.
Yes, ma'am.
You are free to go, and your attorney will get a copy of the case management order. Thank you.
May I ask what arraignment means?
Arraignment means that your attorney is entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf. So he's basically waiving arraignment. I don't have to let you know what are the charges and consequences. And then your attorney will explain to you the procedure for the jury trial as we move forward.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just keep in touch. Thank you. You're free to go.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your next announcement?
Your Honor, position 8, Ralph Little. We're going to announce that we just further notice that to another final plea calendar. He's actually in another court. He's in the courtroom. He's at 225 Peachtree Street in a child custody hearing, and he's going to be there for a while.
Can he come down at 1:30?
I'm not sure. I can try. I can try to contact him.
I'll hold for him at 1:30.
Okay. Position 13, Francis Smith. We just want to just going to further notices to the jury trial calendar, Judge.
All right.
And if I need to file a waiver of arraignment, I would do that also as well. And Ms. Smith is present in court.
All right, please go ahead and, well, I see an entry of appearance. I don't know if you'll file the.
Yeah, I think that's all off the files from my entry of appearance. I don't remember filing a waiver of arraignment.
Okay, so on Francis Smith, yes, your attorney, Mr. Gaither, is going to enter a not guilty plea and waive arraignment. So that should be filed today. Case management order to issue, which means that the case is going to be reset for a jury trial. Please make sure your address and contact information are current with us at all times, and we will see you for trial. Thank you. Yes, for Ms. Edwards. And then, did you have any other announcements?
Yes, Judge.
I have a Darbury Williams.
Yeah, Judge, he's present in court. In that case, I think the state now, we both agree to continue this case because we do have some discovery issues we need to work out in this case.
What are the discovery issues?
I don't have it.
Okay, that should be one big issue.
They have to refile it. I believe it's probably served on a prior counsel.
All right.
And so they just have to get it to me.
Are you filing an entry of appearance then?
If I have not, I will. And this probably was one of the cases that probably slipped through my cracks.
And has the state made an offer?
Your Honor, on this one, I just had them re-upload the discovery. It was filed back in 2020, but PD can't access it on Odyssey as it was filed. So I had them e-file it, and then I will get that over to Mr. Gaither along with an offer.
All right. So, Mr. Gaither, you filed your entry of appearance on June 21st. You've requested discovery today, and so we're going to reset it for a final plea on August 3rd. Mr. Williams, we'll see you again on August 3rd, same time, same place.
And Your Honor, let me backtrack. I just received a message for position. Position 8, Ralph Little. They are now on the way, and I told them just to come at 1:30.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
And so then moving forward to your other client, you have two cases, Felicia Williams.
I am in the process, my last case, I'm trying to pre-trial with counsel, so I'm sitting at her table.
Okay, all right. And the gentleman, so that's Miss Williams in the blue?
She's in the
And
blue.
who's the gentleman behind you? Sir, what's your name?
That's Mr. Dewberry. He's a case, that's gonna be a plea.
Oh, going to be, I do have the plea paperwork.
No, not yet.
Let's get the plea paperwork so we can release them and.
Okay,
and work
sure.
with Williams' case.
I think it was 2 days on that one.
Hmm.
2 days.
Shoot.
That's Miss Jones, right?
Yes. Yeah, right here, Terry.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to address this case on our final plea calendar, State versus James Dewberry, who was in case number 21 CR 004546, originally accused of battery, domestic violence, and theft by taking from July 17, 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Dewberry, you have been advised of your right to remain silent. Anything you say during the course of these proceedings, your statements can and will be used against you, and your attorney is Mr. Frank Gaber. If this is a negotiated plea, may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Ms. Walker, what's the plea recommendation for Mr. Dewberry?
Yes, Your Honor, on the count of battery, family violence, the negotiated sentence is for 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served of 2 days, balance probated, to complete DVIP and have no further violent contact with Ms. Terriana Jones. On count 2, recommendation is 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days, balance suspended. And Your Honor, I did check and he is eligible for this is his first arrest in life.
Okay. Ms. Baker, does the client accept terms and do you stipulate the suspending an ID for both charges?
Yes, we stipulate to factual basis, venue, and identity for both charges. And we also was asking that the probation become non-reporting once he satisfies the conditions.
Yes, Judge. No.
Okay. Mr. Dewberry, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, Your Honor.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Very.
Has anyone made any offers to force you or induce you to take this offer today?
No.
And has it been explained to you that if you decide to plead guilty under the First Offender Act, that with regards to these charges, that you would have to give up your right to go back to court and have a trial to be able to have the assistance of counsel so that you could be able to challenge the evidence brought against you, challenge the witnesses who may testify against you, confront your accuser, present any defenses if you choose to do so, as well as have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And are you freely, willingly, and knowingly giving up these rights?
Yes.
You understand that you won't have the right to appeal this decision once I enter it?
Yes.
How do you plead to 1 count of battery, family violence, and 1 count of theft by taking?
Guilty.
Under the First Offender Act?
Guilty on the First Offender Act.
All right, I'll accept your guilty plea under the First Offender Act. You will be sentenced to 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time 2 days, which means that the remainder of the 12 months will be served on probation. While you're on probation, you will complete a domestic violence intervention program. It is a 24-week program. You must enroll in those classes within 60 days from today. Understood?
Yes.
So by the time you report to probation on your 3rd visit, you must show proof that you were enrolled and started these classes. While you're completing those classes, you have to have no further violent contact with Terriana Smith. Is that correct, Smith?
Jones.
Jones, excuse me, Terriana Jones. And if you complete the 24 weeks, on the second count, it will be 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for 2 times served 2 days, balance suspended. So your probation is really just to serve out the battery, family violence sentence. All right. No further violent contact means that you're not to have any physical or verbal altercations with Ms. Jones. And as I was indicating, if you've completed the 24 weeks of classes and produced your certificate, then your probation may be non-reporting. All right. Non-reporting means that after that, you won't have to report and you won't have to continue paying probation fees.
Okay.
So the sooner you start the classes, the sooner you can complete the reporting requirement. Anything else, Ms. Gibb?
He's filled out that probation form. I think it's attached to the back sheet of the plea paperwork. But he's gonna need a copy of that to know where to report.
All right. You'll report to probation next Thursday, July 13th, before 3 p.m. The address and the information are all at the top. Okay.
They give you a copy for you later.
If you have a seat, we'll get the paperwork to you and then.
Do you have any questions?
Are you? Are you great? You sure? Yeah.
All right. All right, Mr. Gabriel.
That's good, Judge.
Okay.
Just speak with Madam Prosecutor regarding Ms. Williams, and then that'll be all for the morning.
All right, well, not quite, you'll come back at 1:30.
Yeah, I said, that's why I said, yeah, that's what's gonna be on for the morning, but I'll be back.
Good chat, good chat. I see, Walton, sir, are you wearing a black t-shirt? What time are you supposed to report?
1:30.
All right, you'll need to step out and come back at 1:30. You have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
What's your name?
Robert,
Repeat?
Robert.
If you want to wait, this is Mr. Frank Gaither right here, gentleman seated at the front with the glasses.
Yeah.
If you want to wait outside, if you want to wait until it's free, you can talk to him
All right, thank you.
and see, are you coming back for the 1:30?
I'll be back. I'll be
So
back.
he may have to speak with you.
What's your name?
Marcus Robert.
He's at the 1:30 calendar.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do you have an attorney or are you an attorney? I tried to call down.
Was your case a judge's court?
Yeah.
Okay, so you wanted a transfer case. You just come back in 1:30, we'll talk to you. Okay. Because everything really hasn't been assigned yet, so just come back in 1:30.